amount of TI experience and you get all those losses, it just feels like, oh, I even heard from one of the Russian talents saying that he saw them arguing too excessively about like mistakes in game, because it was a player that has played high-level competitions. He mentioned that he'd seen them doing it, so he says you just got to move past that. There's too many games. Don't focus on the little stuff. So the fact that they were able to like maybe less constructively argue, but still like win all their games afterwards, that looks really good for their overall confidence. So yeah, I could see them losing game 1 and still coming back.
It is kind of hard to talk about team spirit without thinking about Virtus Pro, their regional rivals, who went 7-0 in both of their DPC seasons. Yeah. How does Spirit compare to VP playstyle-wise?
Yeah, it is interesting because you don't want to like lump them together just because they're from the same region, but I mean, they're both pretty young teams. They do tend to play like fairly similar. I guess in a lot of ways, Team Spirit is just lacking some experience in certain departments, like particularly, I guess, like the hero diversity. Like I think that's something that VP has, and it's also something that IG has, and so that's a little bit worrisome, I would say, coming into this, that the draft is definitely going to be playing a major factor.
Are we expecting anything in terms of heroes today? We have got our fabulous draft panel coming up soon, but I'm just wondering if there are any kind of signature heroes on either side that each team is going to want to ban, or any kind of combinations that they might be looking to pull out?
It's a Mars fight, I think,
yeah,
for the most part, right?
The two offlaners have a fairly similar hero pool, the Tide Mars being the two big ones, and those two heroes have both been really solid throughout the tournament, so either hotly contested or perhaps banned. I think the carry players both have this huge hero pool. They both play 12 different heroes, so we're much more looking at the small hero pool in the other roles.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo is a player, it's like typical spirit heroes, aggressive, but he can also like sit back and do the tower pusher, DP type heroes. He's very high skill, had some excellent games, but probably spirit heroes for him is the other thing that I expect to see.
Any particular spirit hero you think is going to work well against the opposition?
You know, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, potentially Storm Spirit type of heroes are definitely the Toronto Tokyo specials.
And in terms of the game start, how we're going to see these guys go up against each other, we've already spoken, I guess, about IG wanted to finish fast. Do you think Spirit are going to be in the same boat today, Trent?
I mean, it is the best of threes, which is good, because I think like the best of ones, they tend to really stall out. Like we'll see later, like everyone's a very like hesitant, because you're coming with a very like tailored game plan. You're just going for that like one sort of game that you just need to win, right? But a best of three, you do have time to actually look at what's happening in your first game, try and react to it. I would imagine it to be a pretty chill game 1, and we'll see where we go from there depending on how it feels.
So we're not going to see any showboating later on today when we get to those best of ones, but maybe we're going to see something flashier today?
It's possible.
What are you expecting? What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping to see a game where Emo just pops off, because he, to me, is like the player who could just take over this entire series. I think he matches up really well against a Spirit team that's more focused on team fighting, slowing down the game at times. Outside of maybe their aggressive support play, I could see Emo just completely going off in both 2 games.
Can you explain to me the question mark, please? Because there are a few people out there who might not understand what the question mark is, because there is a psychological game being played in Dota 2. I mean, you experience it in your pub games, you experience it on a stage as big as the TI one. OG are the masters of that, but at the Singapore Major, it was all about emo.
I think the biggest, most important thing about trash talk in Dota, it's almost exclusively voice lines, and it has been for years. He pressed Shift Enter and he typed a question mark. It's common in pubs, but in pro games, that's pretty disrespectful.
There's a line.
That was over the perceived line of like what's acceptable. Most times they don't want to spend time on it, but like watching that clip, he did it during the team fight. He was like still there casting spells. He's like casted Aether Remnant, time to Shift Enter question mark. It was powerful.
And it was his build up, because IG had lost the previous 2 games, and throughout those 2 games, EG had been constantly taunting Emo.
Yes.
They were tipping him, they were throwing voice lines at him, and he was playing poorly those first 2 games. So to make this big comeback in game 3, and then he just lets all this anger out with that question mark, was like this huge turnaround moment for him.
Yeah, this is actually the opportunity for me to confess to Purge that the reason I have been playing so badly in pub games is because I want people's shards, and I really enjoy being tipped.
I mean, that's one way to do it, yeah.
I actually have 5k MMR. I'm getting there.
5k, is that what you said?
Yes. It's more believable if I don't say 7.
Did you say 5k shards? Is that what you said?
No, I said MMR.
You must have played a lot between last time we played, because, yeah. Great, you got better a lot in a week.
Yeah, it's because Slacks has been coaching me.
I don't...
It's
we
fine.
didn't like that.
I'm just going to let that awkward silence fall. It's absolutely fine. You know what? We've got about a minute before hopefully we can get into the draft, and I am going to do this thing. I am going to go for predictions, and I'm going to ask, is the winner of the International 10 on that stage right now?
Not according to my bracket. So I hope not.
Neither of these teams have red in their logo, so definitely not. LG is still looking very. IG's looking amazing by all means, but probably LGD, I would say.
I think IG's a contender. Absolutely, they're a tier 1 team. They're on that same kind of group of teams with LGD. I think there's maybe like 3 or 4 teams, LGD, IG, I'd say even OG, potentially Secret, kind of who are the real top contenders right now. So maybe. I don't have IG in my bracket, but I wouldn't be a huge shock if they do win the international.
Who do you have in your bracket?
I have PSG LGD. Very original.
Very original. Up against who in the final?
I think I had EG because I'm an EG fan.
There he is. Let's go.
I'm surprised you admitted that on panel.
How dare you? We're
Really?
Quincy Crew fans here.
Didn't want to lie on air, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's EG.
Do you think that EG can make it?
anything. Just
I mean, you obviously love an actual tie because we came in today and Purge's face fell because he saw that I had a laptop and there was another laptop on the desk, and he started to get very, very concerned and was going, guys, do we have to have the laptop here? I'm wearing a tie.
No,
I
he said
need
he's
to go
wearing
see
a
my tie.
raspberry tie.
I'm sorry, he's wearing
very
a
distinct.
raspberry tie. Did you tie it yourself?
yeah, I did actually. I wasn't sure I was gonna be able to because I haven't worn a tie in legitimately 2 years. But the muscle memory came back. It felt good. I was like, oh, I still got it.
That's the happiest you've been all day. Oh, okay. You know what? Because we're still waiting to get into the lobby, let's have a chat about OG Secret, because that is the other upper bracket match we've got coming up today. And this is incredible. These two teams haven't played each other at a TI before. What are the stakes in this match, Trent? 'Cause it feels personal.
It does. It definitely does. I don't think the social media servers can handle it. I'm pretty sure like Twitter's gonna go down. Like I feel like they just need to get like the social media team from each of those squads in a room together, and they can just hash it out there and tell us the results later.
Live
Because
stream.
my feed just becomes nothing but OG and Secret during these TI days, and now they're actually playing each other. I'm genuinely concerned for them.
Yeah. You thought Squid Game was violent. Wait
Yeah.
till you see this.
They have to have a meeting and be like, all right, guys, no knives. We're just going to punch each other. Like,
Nothing to the face.
yeah, no personal attacks. Don't slip into DMs. There's rules, man. Got to follow them.
And we know with OG, there's such a psychological warfare going on. I feel like they plan for that as much as they plan for the drafts. What do we think is loaded up on the no-tail chat wheel?
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's a good question. Probably, I mean, you got to go for your opponent's voice lines. Ideally, some ones that are like rub it in a little bit. But with that said, I feel like Team Secrets, they're all veterans. Like, they're going to be semi-immune to that kind of thing. I don't know if it's going to work on them.
They know where the mute button is. They have found it. They've been here before.
Yeah.
That's the issue, isn't it?
That's why you got to
They're
go to
not
the
gonna play ball.
sprays. That's, yeah. Can't mute the sprays.
With that said, though, half of it is also riling your team up, and that's something that OG clearly uses to get excited. They use chat wheels to hype each other up. So, you know, they'll have half the battle at least. The other half is Dota.
I noticed that neither of you, or none of you, I should say, because there are three of you, none of you said that OG is going to be doing the three-peat this year. Gods, any reason why?
I just think winning TI, it's the hardest tournament to win. It's definitely possible with OG, but for me, they've still got that magic, but things are a little bit different, not quite the same roster. I just feel like this is a year where they're going to come up a bit short. I don't really have a good answer. It's just gut sometimes. And gut with OG, usually they end up finding a way to win anyway, so I'm sure. And everyone who doubts them, it seems to motivate them more.
So they're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel kind of similar that they still have the magic. They underperformed for the whole year a little bit under expectations, but they've got Sumail magic this year, and I think that's a really big difference. I think he's been playing fantastic. He was playing well in pubs that I was watching before we came to TI. He's been playing well in the group stage games, so I think that's absolutely there. But with that said, like repeating 3 times in a row seems very difficult. And I would also say that like there's a lot of insanely good teams this year. Like I feel like the previous TI years, you go into it, and you're like, yeah, OG's looking really good, but like there wasn't like extremely crisp competition like IG and LGD and maybe like 2 other teams. So I feel like it's just a little harder for them to get the W this year.
I may be thinking about a conversation that was had in the bar the other day as opposed to on air, but hopefully no one will mind. It turns out, guys, when we're not talking about Dota on air, we're talking about Dota elsewhere, which is the description of OG as 4 supports and a carry. Would you agree with that, Perch?
I would, yeah. And that's like the Thompson X factor that he's always had, that he plays aggressive and he's not afraid to die on the enemy side of the map because he knows he's going to draw 3 heroes. So it is a goal to facilitate their carry in the past with Ana. With Sumail, maybe they don't have to do that as hard as the past, so maybe that opens them up to more options. But yeah, it can be like that sometimes.
Why don't they have to do that as much as Sumail?
The general perception was that Ana needed to have a good game, at least so that maybe to keep morale up, something like that. So I would say Sumail's much more, he's got an ego, that's been clear. It's been toned down a little bit, so he's got confidence. He's got really strong confidence. Sumail can play from behind, and maybe that wasn't something that they were as comfortable with in previous TIs.
I mean, the man won TI when he was a teenager while wearing an airline pillow around his neck. So obviously, all I want to know is he going to be wearing the airline pillow again this year, God?
He's got a bit more swagger these days.
Yeah, but that would be hype if he came out of the finals with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty swag, but you know what is hype right now? We are ready to kick off with our first match, IG versus Spirit.
Team Spirit versus Invictus Gaming. Game 1.
And welcome to the draft panel. We're here with the first draft of the first game of the first series of the main event here at TI10. My name is Ava Plus, whatever people may call me, that's my name, and I am surrounded by two of the greatest minds in the Dota world. On my right, I have Insania, previous TI player, future TI player as well, current analyst, and on my left, Lacoste, ex-TI player as well, current comedian.
Yeah, not a future TI player for sure.
Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah, who
Anything can
knows?
happen.
Who knows? I
Maybe we
think
team up if you see some good ideas coming out on this draft panel from me, or like, well, we blitz, see you around, or some of the players needs to get kicked out, and I'll hop in.
If anyone's looking for a coach, you know, if your team is called online something, that Lacoste is ready for that. So, what can we expect from this draft, Lacoste?
I think Viver's going to be highly contested. Both of these teams really love to run it. And panel talked about collapse heroes. His hero pool has been not so wide. He's been, playing only a couple of heroes: Mars, Tide Hunter, Vengeful Spirit. So you need to either ban it out. Going back to Viver.
Radiant must choose. Dire's turn to Elder Titan. Mars! Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to bat. Lion.
Halo. Oke.
10 seconds. 5 Radiant's turn to ban.
Oke, ini adalah The International 2020 main event yang hari pertama, game pertama antara Tim Spirit melawan Invictus Gaming.
10 seconds.
Oke, untuk pick yang pertama dari tim Spirit,
seconds.
Elder Titan dan Mars. Kemudian dari Invictus Gaming ini masih dua support, Ayo dan Lion. Antara Tim Spirit melawan Invictus Gaming.
10 seconds.
Oke, untuk pick yang pertama dari tim Spirit, Elder Titan dan Mars. Dan dari Invictus Gaming ini masih dua support, Ayo dan Lion.
10 seconds remain.
Tim Spirit melawan
5
Invictus
seconds remain.
Oke, untuk pick yang pertama dari tim Spirit, Elder Titan dan Gaming dua support dan Lion.
10 seconds remain.
Untuk Ted Hatternya sudah terbanner ini dan Sapphire.
It is Radiant's ban.
Ini biasanya hero-hero yang dipakai.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Dire's ban. 10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban. 10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Oke, masih Hero Bennett dari giliran dari tim Spirit.
Radiant's turn to pick. Ten seconds. 5 seconds.
Oke, kita pick yang ketiga dari tim Spirit.
Dire must choose.
Topik yang ketiga ini adalah
10
band
seconds remain.
support tim.
5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to pick.
The sack.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to ban.
Invoker.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban. 10 seconds. Dyer's turn to ban. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban. Dyer's turn to pick. Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Oke, Team Spirit, Invoker, topik keempatnya. Sedang dari Bisnis Gaming ada Monkey King dan Lesrap, dan pick yang terakhir ini Slardar. Masih banyak stunner.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
Oke, last pick Morphling dari Team
Hero.
Spirit.
Make the ultimate choice. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. The time for preparation is short. Use it wisely.
Oke, langsung saja kita coba play di His Network. Kita pilih fly His Topper Physical. Ini ada Lesrak, team with the first tower kill.
30 seconds to battle.
Kita lihat
What
ini
drone
sih
sounds this
Lesrak
beat of war?
Victus Gaming. Number function camp start 30. Ini 30 menit ini 16 sampai 20. Oke, ini 4 prediksi untuk match yang pertama.
Those who bear witness will not soon forget that which transpires.
Oke, hero dari
None on this stage shrink
Team
from a
Spirit
fight.
masih mengintai Invoker di mid, bertemu dengan Lesrak, Kemo dan Toronto Tokyo. Paus game.
Nah, what's all? Ya.
，я безумно хочу пиццу.
Now the fight resumes, but words follow the same thread.
Oke, langsung saja Wex. Oke, kita lihat yang di atas. Yang di atas Elder Titan masih spam astralnya untuk mengganggu Lion dan Monkey King dalam hal farming.
Nah, what's all?
Kerun masih
Radiant's
berlain
courier
poker.
has been slain in cold blood.
Lestak masih mencoba mengganggu poker. Kita lihat di bawah. Sladar masih didampingi oleh Ayo dan Ayo sendiri diganggu. Oke, di atas seorang Mira mulai digebuk. Oke, sekarang dari Mars, tapi sayang sekali Ion X. Tapi mundur saja himself untuk mengembalikan.
Nah, what's all?
Oke, di bawah Morpling masih dipush saja oleh Selada, tapi dia mundur untuk sementara. Sedangkan B berhadapan dengan Ayo.
Nah, what's all?
A tithe to the impurities.
Oke, di bawah bandnya start klik, mulai menstart agar klik dari tim spirit tidak terlalu maju, tapi ketahuan saja oleh Sardan. Langsung ia mentek. Oke, tentu saja dari layar ngegebuk masih dicoba digebuk, tapi bandnya datang ke membantu. Oke, first blood dari tim Invictus Gaming atas Elder Titan. Oke, di sini Sardar.
My deepest thanks. Denied.
It's no small thing to be favored by the gods. Denied.
Unorthodox but effective.
You're welcome.
Nah, what's all?
Appreciate it.
Thin doesn't even describe it.
Impious.
Oke, setelah ceritanya di bawah Sadar mengajarkan band, tapi dia memilih untuk mundur. Band di sini tidak punya mana ya. Sang sentri, ada sentri di sini. Terlihat invokernya. Oke, runnya terkontrol oleh Lion. Tapi Lion di sini astral langsung stun. Masih di astral, mencoba untuk di hex. Ya, sama berarti kena earth spirit. Dan untuk yang kedua kali lihat, Elder Titan meninggal.
All fears faded.
Setun saja dari Sadar, tapi masih sangat keras menggunakan brain swap-nya untuk menolong more play.
Dire should look to their middle tower. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oke, langsung saja keluarkan EMP. Kedua tim masih bermain pelan. Oke, seorang Lesternya juga membantu di bawah untuk bisa mengambil tower pertama di area bawah. Dan dari tim Spirit juga mencoba mengambil tower pertama dari Invictus Gaming. Tapi di atas Monkey masih menunggu. Oke, B-nya di sini masih mengintai. Tidak ada yang teleportasi. Oke, tower bawah terambil duluan, tapi makainya terkena Spear of Mars. Langsung saja terkena mana break. Iya, tergebuk oleh Mars. Sayang sekali terkena EMP, tapi jalannya tertembok. Oke, Invictus Gaming prediksinya karena dengan bantuan seorang Lesrak,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A tithe to the impurities.
Dire's top tower is in danger.
Nah, what's up?
oke, langsung saja invokernya. Invoker yang datang untuk membantu menggunakan EMP, tapi sayang sekali Lesrak masih bisa lolos dan hanya meninggal seorang diri seorang Mars. Semua kembali mid, Ben melakukan smoke. Namun saya dari layar dibantu oleh seorang invoker, tidak ada yang membantu, Lion pun take down.
Thrice the torment. My waters rise.
Oke, di sini Lesrak mencoba untuk farming dari hutan. Oke, akan melakukan smoke. Masih berkumpul di daerah mid, menyisakan seorang Monkey King dan Slardar untuk bisa farming. Morplane juga lagi farming, masih berkumpul di daerah mid.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Oke, teman gignya sendiri masih terbang mencoba untuk teleportasi mencari untuk farming di daerah bawah, dan terjadi smoke 3 hero dari tim Spirit, tim IG, maksud saya double damage yang diambil oleh Lesrak. Belum mencoba untuk maju, tapi di sini terkena scan dari Slardar, scan dari tim Spirit mengenai Slardar. Oke, sedang di atas Lion terkena sergap oleh tim Spirit. Sedangkan Monkey King masih farming di daerah bawah.
should look
dia
to
akan
their top
farming.
tower.
Sudah mendapatkan Echo Saber. Strike-nya sendiri masih membawa double damage, masih belum terpakai. 4 hero dari tim spirit berada di mid, masih menjaga jarak.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Masih menunggu dari tim spirit
Dire's
mencoba
structures
untuk
are
mengambil tower
fortified.
pertama di daerah mid.
There is little hope for Dire's
Ini
middle
berkumpul
tower.
semua di daerah mid. Morphing datang membantu menghabiskan tower. Sedangkan di bawah selalu Titan terancam meninggal dan Ben. Oke, terjadi EMP. Tapi ada Eul dari Mars mengeluarkan arena. Morphling pun datang dan membantu. Take down 2 hero dari Invictus Gaming. Slardar masih mencoba untuk mengecoh Aral Hari, tapi dilawan oleh seorang Mars. Masih mencoba Magic Wand. Lion datang membantu menggunakan stun. Coba untuk mundur tim Invictus Gaming.
There is little hope for
Percobaan
Radiant's
pertama.
middle tower.
My waters rise.
Oke, di sini Slardar menggunakan stunnya, tapi terkena EMP dari Invoker. Langsung saja manapun habis. Tapi Lestra ketahuan, akhirnya terkena Dragon dari Lion. Masih mengejar dari tim Gaming, mengejar Pen. Masih mencoba untuk mengejar Invoker, tapi tim Invictus Team Spirit mencoba untuk mundur. Oke, menanam sentry di daerah Team Spirit dan farming. Oke, di atas EO-nya datang dong. 3-4 hero langsung datang.
Regeneration.
Masih bisa kita lihat karena ada sentry dari tim Invictus Gaming. Oke, farming di Lestraknya untuk mendapatkan Blacking Bar.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Oke, langsung saja terkena dari bed, tapi astralnya masih kena Mars, terkill oleh Invoker. Di sini Monkey King masih main aman, coba untuk mundur saja. Oke, terjadi smoke. 4 hero dari tim Spirit mencoba untuk mencari Invictus Gaming.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Oke, di depan bandnya memasang observer. Masih masuk ke daerah tim Invictus Gaming. Oke, di sini Slardarnya bertemu. Oke, Dagger dari seorang Slardar menyelamatkannya dari sergapan tim Spirit.
Double damage.
Oke, tim Spirit mencoba untuk ambil Rosan yang pertama. Cepat saja Rosan kalau yang dari tim Invictus Gaming masih mencoba untuk ambil tower kedua. Mencoba ambil tower kedua dari tim Spirit di area bawah.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Coba maju untuk mendapatkan tower ketiga. Untuk Aegisnya sendiri tadi ada di Morpling. Di depan mobil sudah memiliki Yasa,
Structures against attack. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Dire should look to their top tower.
Oke, dari tim Invictus Gaming masih tidak ada yang mencoba untuk dev di daerah atas.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oke, mungkin saya bagi Morpling dengan bantuan alat kriti dari Invoker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Untuk ambil ke tower kedua dari Oke, kena saja Lion di sini tapi terstun oleh Mars. Mars masih menjentun, astralnya masih datang stun. Bang Kiki masih mengincar. Oke, langsung saja masih terkena, masih dikejar oleh Slardar terkena Ghost Captor. Magiki mengejar Invoker, masih beralon tapi BKB diaktifkan, terstun. Magiki tidak dapat butuh lesraknya, menggunakan BKB juga langsung stun seorang die 3 hero. Langsung saja datang, tidak mati. Magiki masih terselamatkan oleh Ghost Captor. Ternyata apa jadi? Masih kurang. Oke, skor sementara masih 7-10 untuk tim Invictus.
Scanning for enemies.
Oke, di sini ketemu seorang Lesrak tapi lainnya sendiri mengincar seorang Mars. Masih terkena stun, Malbet menggunakan hero-nya. Mangkeki menyergap seorang Mars tanpa ampun dan sendirian tinggal seorang Ben. Oke, 3 hero dari tim Spirit Ranger. Mangkeki coba untuk mengejar seorang Marpling. Masih terlihat tapi terstun saja seorang Elder Titan. Masuk terus seorang Slardar untuk mengincar seorang Elder Titan. Masuk seorang Marpling tapi BKB saja dan berhasil kabur Slardar.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Masih mencoba farming Morpling. Sudah Ethereal Blade. Oke, langsung saja menyergap Lestat dan di cover oleh 3 hero sekaligus. Sedangkan Invoker dan Morphling mencoba ke atas.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Morphlingnya TP ke area bawah dan di scan.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oke, smoke 5 hero dari tim Invictus Gaming. Oke, di sini Invoker yang menunggu untuk push daerah atas. Oke, 5 hero akan mengincar seorang Mars yang ada di bawah sendirian untuk memberikan space. Oke, hilang begitu saja teleportation. Oke, ada semua meteor datang. Oke, masih berusaha untuk ngejar, tapi sudah ada 4 hero yang menunggu. Akankah slash rank maju? Tapi di sini langsung saja tersetun. Ada BKB keluar semua untuk menghajar seorang Morphling. Tidak ada ampun dari Elder Titan. Langsung mencoba untuk mundur semua dari tim Spirit, tapi terkena Dagon dari Lion. Masnya mencoba untuk mundur. Oke, Lestat mendapatkan haste.
Swiftly out of balance.
Mulai meloncat-loncat langsung mengincar stun 2 hero dari Lion mengenai Invoker juga tertinggal. Mas dikejar 5 hero, dia tidak bisa berkutik, langsung ada stun dari Lestat. 3 hero tim Spirit juga ter-take down. Mulai menghabiskan vision.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. The dire glyph is now active.
Sudah menghabisi tower kedua di daerah
Middle tower has fallen.
Look there. A tithe to the impurities.
The dire glyph is now active.
Sudah menghabisi tower kedua di daerah
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower is no more.
Oke, di sini Mars dengan Morphling mengintai seorang Morphling, Lestat dan Ayo, tapi teleportasi saja di daerah atas untuk berkumpul dengan tim yang lain, teman yang lain, dan mengambil Roshan. Tapi ketahuan saja seorang Ayo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What a bounty!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oke, Oke, langsung aja stun. Tidak ada yang bisa mengambil. BKB pun terambil. Bisnis pun terambil.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is no more. Dire's structures are fortified.
Oke, langsung aja MP dikeluarkan. Lesrap masih kena Ewul dan mati begitu saja dari seorang Lesrap. Mars mengeluarkan arenanya, masih masuk dari slot terkena. Oke, terhantam semua tim Titus Gaming. Tiga per backdoor mencoba untuk mundur saja seorang Mangkeki. Dan lain mencoba untuk mundur begitu saja. Tapi terlihat dan masih mencoba untuk kabur dari kakak, masih terselamatkan. Cir.
Haste.
Scanning for enemies.
Oke, mengincar invoker langsung saja, langsung tepat saja dagon dari kakak. Oke, dari tim Invictus Gaming masih mencoba untuk mencari, masih loncat-loncat dari Monkey King mengejar seorang Elder Titan. Ketahuan dong, langsung tersetun. Tidak ada ampun. Oke, pokoknya sendiri masih. Oke, kuri dari sendiri masih mengejar kuri dari Morpling. Langsung teleportasi ke daerah bawah semua.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oke, langsung baju saja berubah jadi Hex. Ulti pun dikeluarkan, langsung gabut hajar orang Morphin langsung menggunakan EMP lah, tidak tertolong. MK masih mengejar B, langsung hancur juga, langsung menuju mid. Tower ketiga dari tim Spirit menjadi baik dari Ben. Oke, dasarnya sudah menggunakan Aghanim Sharp. Langsung saja cepat saja untuk menghabisi tower ketiga di daerah mid. Masih menunggu semua dari tim Spirit. Bandnya masih mencoba untuk mengganggu. Begitu juga dengan Elder Titan lengkap juga. Monkey King masih tidak ada Aegis. Mundur saja dari tim Invictus Gaming. Oke, Lion terjadi buyback oleh Merplin.
Double kill.
Buyback.
What a bounty!
Oke, seladarnya sudah mulai
Scanning
agak.
for enemies.
Lion akan Iron Disc dan melesat. Sudah ada Shipash. Oke, double damage. Oke, seluruh 5 hero dari tim Spirit akan mulai mencari hero dari Invictus Gaming sebelum Monkey King hidup. Tapi di sini masih menunggu saja dari tim Invictus Gaming. Oke, tim Invictus Gaming mulai berkumpul di daerah bawah. Oke, ini akan terjadi war. Oke, ketemu. Langsung saja BKB diaktifkan, tapi masih tidak terselamatkan dari main ke. Oke, mulai kabur saja dari MK. Mulai terancam 3 habis. Oke, terkena arena dari seorang MK. Langsung saja stun. Baik. Lion Rampage pertama di main event diambil oleh tim Spirit. Buyback 2 hero. Oke, cepat saja dari tim Spirit untuk mengambil tower terakhir. Oke, buyback 3 hero dari, tapi masih tidak ada waktu mencoba ke Dagon. Buyback langsung dari Mars mencoba untuk stun, tapi seorang MK masih tidak memiliki arena. Oke, gebuk saja. Oke, cepat saja untuk menghabisi tower. Langsung saja EMP. Oke, akan ke tower hancur. Masih mencoba untuk gebuk. Oke, GG dari tim Spirit. Tim Spirit berhasil menang di game pertama. Game yang sangat menegangkan dari kedua tim.
Move into the enemy triangle, but the fact that they get that result out of it was way more than they could have ever hoped for. Oh my god, they capitalized so hard on that. No buyback on the Lesh, no buyback on the Slaughter. And you got a question. We talked about that earlier in the game. Emo can pop off. He can also be a little reckless. That blink in with BKB into 3 enemy heroes basically cost them the game.
I mean, he is playing with an eye out, so I understand the thought process, but it just didn't have time to relocate or anything.
He underestimated the damage of the enemy team. I think he was fighting into a double damage Morphling, and if Elder Titan was next to him with that natural order, you died in like 5 hits.
Right.
He just didn't. Just a wrong read on the situation there, and that gives Team Spirit a 1-0 lead. Crazy.
And we were we were basically about to put the nail in the coffin in there for Team Spirit. They were down 8K. They lost the second rush. We thought that would be it. But able to just come back with a vengeance. And my goodness, what a display from Team Spirit. Cannot believe it. But let's see what the panel has to say about this crazy, crazy turnaround. Sorry, it was to the panel we go.
Was he apologising then for Team Spirit finishing so suddenly before we didn't even expect it? We were running to the desk like, what is happening? Because it seemed that what was happening was Yatoro and Collapse are the perfect duo in Dota right now. I mean, out of the teams we've seen play at the main stage, approximately 2. Trent, what did you make of that epic turnaround right at the end?
Well, you know, in the Oxford English Dictionary, the last word is ziziva. But here at TI, the last word, it's BSJ, and he covered it. He talked about burst damage, and what just happened in that game? Burst damage. I know he was talking about IG, I think mostly, but turns out he actually knew all along that it was going to be the big plays in the end with the burst damage, and that's what happened. There was no time for the actual save with the relocate coming out from Ollie, and it cost him.
It's definitely a game where IG will be kicking themselves a bit because they were the ones who were dictating play the entire game, even till the very end in some sense, except for that one smoke move. They were trying to breach high ground multiple times, and Team Spirit just coordinated all their spells so well to burst these heroes.
Yeah, it was just a huge amount of single target damage. It was the double damage on Morphling that he got to use in that fight. Tons of right click, Collapse hit really nice initiations as well, so even after they won the initial fight and they go for the chase down, he catches the Monkey King behind the tier 2. The creep wave was in the right position, so all of a sudden it was like we got all these crucial kills and it's a tier 2 tower, and they weren't necessarily saving for a buyback because they were so far ahead. It just opened up the game in such a big way.
Well, should we go back to the very start now we've covered the end and talk about the draft? Because as the draft panel was saying, as BSJ was saying, the draft was very much looking like it was in ID's favor. It was very much a load of counter picks from Team Spirit. They were set up for the defense and they were able to capitalize. What did you think of the way that Spirit did draft against IG? Did you have your reservations, Trent?
Yeah, definitely. I think IG just strictly had an easier game because they get to, as Insania pointed several times, control the flow of the game. Because like basically Team Spirit had to wait until IG made a move and they had to respond. And the first best responses they had was going for that Roche. I mean, the first DD that they got right, got them in Aegis. That was nice. Kind of delayed the game a little bit. And then later on, you have to like wait on that high ground and make that play. And I actually can't believe Collapse hit that first spear back into the tower where they just wiped out Emo. That was massive for them.
Yeah. I think for IG, where things kind of fell short was just how they took high ground. I think putting the Aegis on Leshrac may have worked out better for them. I also think just not rushing high ground. They could have waited things out. One of the items that's really become prominent is Aeon Disc. Like get an Aeon Disc for that situation, like as a 5th, 6th item on your Leshrac. And Team Spirit can't burst these heroes down. So I think they kind of made a few misplays.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest one. The losing the Lesh on that cliff. It could have been a Rax there. Instead, game slows down. But it's so weird to think about that game because all I can think about is team fight after team fight. Team Spirit just getting ran at. Invoker gets jumped on by Slardar. Gets jumped on by Monkey King. He's like running away at 350 movement speed. Good luck escaping the enemy squad. But they just lost so many team fights. But all they needed was that one good fight with a creep wave in the good position, and they just got IG on the back foot.
Insane how they turn the tide of the game. Let's take a look at some of the key numbers, though, from that match. I mean, I'm still catching my breath back from that turnaround at the end there. You can see in our rather glorious, big, beautiful monitor there. Any numbers that are jumping out to you, Gods?
Probably Yadro's Morphling. I mean, as far as actually like, carrying the game, I think both, you look at the carriers on both sides, but he's the guy who really dished out some crazy damage in that last fight with the double damage. Played pretty clean throughout the game. Had a really tough time playing into Slardar with the single target burst damage, but he still made the pick work.
And his net worth was really high for the extent of the game as well. His lane was maybe a little rough, but he was on the top of the net worth charts, even after he died top by the tier 2. And it was really nice for Morphling to be the frontliner in some cases, because he was difficult to kill. Like right before that huge fight they had, he had 52 armor, and he had the Titan Sliver, so he's actually very tanky against these minus armor solutions, even if some of those run-at-you problems exist in the early game.
Yeah, I just see Fly 10, 3, and 7, and I'm just like, I feel like that's the guy who's typing in the post game, you know, about how didn't we win this game? Because I feel like we spent the entire time watching, basically talking about why IG was doing so well and why it looked like a sure victory for them moving forward, and just got turned around.
With that said, though, for carry players, like, you can have this great game, but all it takes is one mistake, and it's so crucial because you are so much net worth. You're so much of the map. It's like if he gets picked off and makes that one teamfight mistake, you realize as a carry player, you only get tops 2 of those a game before you lose. So.
And was it a case of it just being too fast from Team Spirit for IG to recover? Because that first Roche fight from Spirit, it looked like it could have been a mistake from IG. They were prioritizing the T2 tower, they took the outpost, and it was almost like they didn't even know the Roche fight was happening.
Yeah, no, that was, again, the DD rune definitely helps. Like, Morphling's one of the absolute best heroes in the entire game since it just doubles essentially all of your damage, the way you build Morphling. So it's super fast, and they grab that. But I think for me, it was just like there were risky plays from Team Spirit throughout that entire game, and a lot of the times they were not going well. But hey, the risk paid off in the end, and that's why you just got that snap victory.
It was just like such a small moment where like Bane shows in the tri-camp. They see him, they're like, oh, we've been winning the last 3 fights. Jump on it. They jump in, and all of a sudden he's committed. And then you don't have time to click on Morphling to see if he's a DD. And half the time you can't tell with the cosmetics anyways, with everything flying around. So it's like you just don't. It just was such a split moment. It cost him everything.
And Fly in that situation, did he need to be set up towards the later game better by his teammates?
I think that was just maybe as a team they got kind of caught out by surprise there rather than Fly doing anything too wrong. By the time he got caught in the trees, things had already fallen apart. Emo's the one who should not have jumped in. He didn't have any backup, or the backup he had, the IO, the relocate saves weren't coming in. But really for me, it's like you got to give credit to Spirit for the fact they were willing to make those bold, risky plays, you call them, because so many teams when they're down like that, they'll just keep waiting on the high ground. Because they had success there. They were defending their high ground. They managed to kill heroes twice in the top lane as well as in the mid lane. But they said, no, we're winning these fights, but now let's go make another risky move on their side of the map.
IG, getting too confident? A little bit cocky?
Not
Feeling
anymore.
their own tingles? Was that an answer?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't brought tingles, and I don't know. This is all fresh for us here. I don't know.
Okay, I brought chaos to the desk. Absolutely, my apologies. Let's talk then about whether we think IG can recover, because they're definitely going to be feeling shaken after that finish, gods.
Yeah, I feel like for me, IG's a team who's going to look at that game. They've got a very experienced coach in Super, and just be able to say, hey, look, we dictated play. We made one crucial game-deciding mistake. I think IG will be happy with their draft, will be happy with their play throughout 99% of that game. And it's the kind of game where, losing that is heartbreaking, but you're in the best of 3s now, and I think they can still get some confidence from it.
Are you also feeling positive about this purge? I mean, we've got to think back to that reverse sweep at the Singapore Major, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure they have plenty of ability to take that one. The tough thing is it's going to hurt when they think about that game, certainly. All they got to do is close out the series, and they're going to be like, all right, we threw that one time, but it's okay. We came back. It's gonna build some confidence. But if they happen to lose this series, that's going to be like one of those Dota cringe moments for the rest of their life for sure.
Dota cringe. That's what I was brought
here
to do.
Who else has it? You guys all have it.
I feel it. That's my version of a tinker. It's the Dota cringe. Now, Spirit, they've got this little boost of confidence now, but could they get ahead of themselves? I know it's a cliche, but it's for a reason.
Most certainly, right? We're all guilty of that at times, but hopefully they can recognize that game was gifted a little bit near the end. Yes, they capitalized on the mistakes, but a mistake nonetheless was there. So you still have to tighten up. Much like I think IG can look at that game and be like, guys, in some ways that's an easy loss because we made one mistake, we lost, but it's okay. The rest of our game plan was very good. As Team Spirit, you need to recognize there were some issues, and we got a little bit lucky, got kind of bailed out. Awesome play, that was sick, but this wasn't actually the best situation that we were in at the end.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of just like embracing, like, let's just play this bold, risky, because they're the underdogs. And I think the way you win in that situation is by just doing unexpected stuff, by, taking those perhaps at times, poor, risky plays, but they catch teams by surprise.
And this is the thing, when you look back at that game, Spirit were the ones making most of the mistakes.
Yeah, and that's because they kind of wanted to take fights, but they didn't have a super easy way to do it compared to their opponents. Their opponents had Slaughter that could jump in and initiate with a stun to set up other stuns. They could have Monkey King do it as well. Whereas on the Spirit side, like half the time, their disables were like the Morphling turning into a Monkey King and throwing a stun. So it wasn't as straightforward for them to take fights unless for some reason they had perfect vision over their opponents. So as long as IG played well, which they did, they didn't get a lot of opportunities in a lot of those early fights.
or are they going to be shockingly heading down into the lower bracket at the end of this one? We were saying on the panel earlier, we were feeling maybe it's going to be a 2-1 situation. We just maybe expected IG to have the upper hand as we go into this one. But you know what? We've spoken enough about IG. Let's take a look at how Spirit got to the international.
Langsung gak kalah, langsung di end, main cepat. Gila emang.
Something hit him, but honestly,
he's still going to be able to get the jump on Always Want to Fly. Oh, that BKB ain't going to save him.
Okay.
As he instantly goes down, collapse, he's going to be saved as well. The false promise comes out, the Lotus Storm as well, allow them to turn things around, they're in on top of Vichun. General from the side, they put the BKB, they've got to respect the Enigma. They've got to watch out for this black hole as Yutoro's waiting out that BKB. He wants to be able to try and help Toronto. Tokyo's now going to jump in over towards Vichun, he's found the bash. Vichun getting low, he's trying to get the mana point now. Yutoro is able to find it, the black hole's down though, allowed Vichun to buy some time for himself, but the nuke damage there from Miposhka finishes Vichun. They get the kill on General, they're going to be able to clean up Iceberg as well as Team Spirit take down the entire squad of Na'Vi. Use the BKB for that attempt. Yutoro gonna have Pikachu jumping in. The Wraith King. Get him chain stunned. Can't stop him from taking the tower. Yutoro. First from once.
Whoa! Oh, the disrupt!
Oh, yeah,
the disrupt on the finger.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I saw him disappear. I was like, wait, he didn't die. He didn't lose the ult. He still got a good to go. Mirror with the perfect timing. All right, oh baby.
Luna has near 6k gold.
Here. He sees a multi-shot. He sees him on top of the creep wave. Miposhka is kind of waiting. He's going to intercept the Centaur. Meanwhile, he turns around, gusts up, and kills the Invoker. Now Yutoro's got to get out of here. Toronto Tokyo is going to make sure that the Drow has an opportunity to do so with the coil. They can actually turn things around here. On the high ground, Drow not sure if she wants to be able to stumble into that one. Miposhka playing into this tree line. Meanwhile, the Oracle once again being harried constantly by the Toronto Tokyo. Glimmer caping up. Mickey's on in. Does manage to blow up one, but immediate buyback from Miposhka. Now he's stuck on this high ground with the Rams going in. Yutoro throwing damage from the low ground. It doesn't matter with your elevation. You've got him dead. Toronto Tokyo helps out with a double kill, and they don't have the buyback on Team Liquid. Toronto Tokyo now chasing after Taiga as well. He is relentless. He will not stop. He is not content until he brings down every member of Team Liquid, and he'll manage to get a third.
Spirit. Empire, lay down a ward. It's in vision. Dude, they're so afraid. Vanscore, gonna get caught. Tornado.
It's finally happening.
Has that BKB. Arena catches on to all of them. Where's the follow-up though? Yutaro jumps in, wants to blow him up. There's gonna be the Sunstrike afterwards. Toronto Tokyo landing all this damage on top of them. 3 are dead. Dude, what an arena from Collapse. In the moment they needed it, he gave it to them. Now, the Yule Scepter lift up, trying to interrupt this arrow coming through, but the stun is there. They find the kill. 4 go down. There's the tip to him as Team Spirit found that opening.
Oh, they want it.
Arrow sentry combo on the low ground. Forward, Alacrity onto Smiling Knight. They want to find that back line, but the Curse Crown is there. Oh, the stun, it catches afterwards, and there's the call. What a connection. Yutaro jumps in. Never a chance. Team Spirit makes the play, finds the kill. They're going to TI Trent.
So I guess Invictus Gaming, they're going to be banning Mars in the next draft?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You see all those highlights, like collapse on the Mars, collapse on the Mars. Oh, wait, look, it's collapse. He's Marsing, you know? And we talked about it. We knew it was happening. They obviously knew it was going to be there, and then he performs like that. So, yes, good one. This is good insight. You're learning fast.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll try not to get too ahead of myself, but it did seem like the arena was the common theme in Yutoro's success on Morphling, especially our first rampage of the main event. Trent, you've got some stats.
Yes, our helpful stats department here, thank you very much, has provided us only the 5th rampage ever in the TI playoffs.
I thought there would have been double that at least.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Committed by an 18-year-old. Murder on the Romanian National Arena. dance floor. Can we call it a dance?
And usually when those rampages come, it's like the game's over decidedly already. This was like a comeback rampage into an insane finish. It was special.
You know, it was also special. Well, not special for a certain panelist over on the draft panel, seeing Liquid's demise at the hands of the teenagers of Team Spirit. It was getting slightly awkward in the studio, but it's okay because we felt sorry for him and we actually gave him a job. So you'll be meeting Aiden again in the draft panel very shortly once we are ready to get into things. There he is. Give him a wave. His first TI as well. It's all right. You're doing great. We are ready very soon to get into the lobby, but you know what? It's prediction time, boys. 10 seconds.
2-0.
IG bounce back.
2-1 Spirit.
Okay, let's get into game 2.
Team Spirit versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Hello and welcome back to the draft panel. Once again, we have the pro that
langsung
Frankie was
menuju
talking about, Insania.
Kita untuk lihat langsung game kedua antara Team Spirit melawan Invictus Gaming.
Turn to pick. Dire's turn to pick.
Weaver.
Oke, langsung saja di Bennett, Ayo dari tim Invictus Gaming dan Tight Hunter. Saya ada Doom dan kedua tetap pick Lion.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban.
Legion Commander.
It is Dire's ban. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Radiant's ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It is Dire's ban. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Oke, pick kedua Weaver dan Legion Commander dari Team Spirit.
Radiant's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. None on this stage shrink from a fight. Dire's turn to pick. Radiant must choose. Bang. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Radiant must choose.
Ah!
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick. Choose night. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban. Morphling. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Dire's ban. A true warrior never rage quits. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban. 10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to pick. Ten seconds. Dire must choose. Shadow Fiend. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. Imba Spirit. Choose your hero.
那我走。
会不会玩呀？
Я безумно хочу.
Что вы от меня хотите?
Парни, що ми надрафтили? Парни, що ми надрафтили?
The quest for ultimate glory continues. "30 seconds and counting." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Dota match.
Nah, what's up? Nah, what's up?
Your loyalty will be rewarded.
Nah, what's up?
The farthest shore. I will have my revenge.
Not for you.
Oke. Snipernya masih mencoba untuk
Never refuse gold given.
Oke, terbantai lagi dari Ben.
I got more practical fears at my age.
Be ensnared in fire. Dire should look to the middle tower. You must trade. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oke, langsung aja Morphling, tapi masih bisa untuk kabur. Nah, terima stun dari CK bergebuk-gebuk. Stun dari Lion, tapi terstun balik. Masih bisa diselamatkan oleh River, tapi tertarik saja oleh CK.
I'll set you bouncing on Armageddon's flank.
A golden thread. I hate this pattern.
Oke, kena saja dari
The wages of fear.
Doomnya masih dikejar untuk lari. Oke, gebuk saja.
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. Dire should look to their bottom tower. No. Dire structures are fortified.
Berusaha untuk menggebuk snapfire-nya. Ya, Morphling-nya masih terhimpit, tapi tidak ada yang teleportasi di daerah atas. Akan terbantu, tersetun, dan Morphling-nya tertinggal. Mulai kewalahan dari tim Invictus Gaming.
Nah, what's all?
Radiant should look to their bottom tower. There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Behold, there is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Ruin of double damage.
Oke, duel, siap untuk menduel, tapi tersetun dari LC-nya berhasil menang dari duel.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Almighty Mother. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
LC-nya masih mencoba untuk membunuh sendiri dan dibantu oleh Snapfire mulai ke atas. Kita tersetun kembali dari seorang Morpling. Masih tidak ada yang membantu teleportasi. 3 hero smoke untuk ke arah hutan.
Dire should look to their top tower.
Oke, langsung saja 5 hero bergabung di atas. Morpling hanya sendirian di atas dong. Oke, teleportasi dari tim Morpling karena merasa akan ada yang membantainya. Menuju ke tower. Satu dari Invictus Gaming mulai dihabisi oleh tim Spirit.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Your place.
Setting saja dari
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oke, diganggu saja stacknya oleh Weaver sehingga creep dari Invictus Gaming tidak muncul. Di sini Shadow Fan.
Somewhere, someone lays blame. Dire's courier has been killed.
Di sini Morpling mulai ketahuan oleh langsung saja ulti dari Ben. Gebuk masih terhantam mati dong dari TK. Lain masih dikejar oleh Shadow Fine. Cookies oleh mengarah ke arah lain. Satu spot tukar dengan offlaner.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oke, D-nya sendirian dan di sini Ember Spirit. Smoke 3 hero dan 3 hero juga smoke dari langsung terduel. Telat saja untuk bantuan dari Ben.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oke, take down tower 2 di daerah mid. Tim Spirit.
Money changes hands. From Blaze.
Oke, Endorsment-nya masih berusaha untuk farming dengan double damage. Oke, coba saja stun berubah jadi babi. Tim Spirit menguasai daerah atas. SF mencoba untuk ke belakang dan coba untuk menghabisi seorang Shadow Fiend, tapi coba untuk mundur saja Sven dan Lion.
You never refuse gold given. Dire should look to their top tower.
Duero, oke, mencoba untuk terkena cookies, tapi mencoba untuk tahan, tidak bisa. Selamat seorang yang berspiritnya. Morpliknya masih free di daerah bawah. Oke, coba untuk smoke lagi. B-nya menggunakan duel. Sudah 20. Ini berurusan dari tim Spirit.
In his spirit. Immortality.
My thanks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oke, coba saja menguasai daerah B-nya sendiri lagi dong. Terduel kita bisa saja dari Lion cookies. Oke, akan ke LC terselamatkan, tapi
Killing spree.
Oke, di sini sendirian dari seorang CK. Zoomnya terjadi sudah jadi babi dong. Kita berubah untuk lari seorang Doom, masih berusaha cookies, Wimper masih berusaha mengejar seorang Doom, tapi hantam saja. 4 hero langsung terjadi down. Tim Spirit
Flames will spread thrice.
Morpling mulai pelan-pelan tapi pasti mulai mengambil network. Mereka sendiri sudah sang yasa. Oke, tidak bisa terjadi duel. Ember Spirit sudah kembali dengan cepat. Dan di bawah masih berusaha untuk mendapatkan tower. Morplingnya sendiri sudah mantap, Weavernya teleportation ke arah bawah. Oke, Doom masih menunggu di sebelah Weaver, tapi sudah Sukuchi terlebih dahulu. Oke, cepat saja dari tim Infidus Gaming untuk mendapatkan tower ketiga dari tim Spirit. Oke, Sidepen di atas sendiri dengan di cover oleh 3 hero langsung untuk menghabisi tower kedua dari tim Spirit, tim Infidus Gaming. Berkumpul di mid semua, haste didapatkan oleh NC. Oke, masih farming semuk 4 hero. Sudah Lincoln embernya, stun saja cookies tapi sudah terdum. Langsung direct masuk semua. Oke, tower mid dari begitu saja. Oke, di sini Weavernya mulai dicari oleh Doom. Tapi Doom sendiri masih ada. Oh, Sukuchi dong. Oke. Tidak das. Astaga, layarnya tidak kasih das. Oke, kedua hero kembali berhati-hati. Oke, sama-sama menguasai land hutan dari masing-masing tim. Kita lihat morplingnya akan Ethereal Blade. Oke, di sini ketemu embernya dengan Weaver. Ikannya sendiri. Oke, outpost sudah diambil. Weavernya sendiri masih patrol, masih di sekitar Infidus Gaming. Tulen sendiri akan glimmer. Oke, di sini 3 hero smoke dari tim Secret mencoba untuk mengambil seorang Doom, tapi oke, terhantam saja. 2 hero langsung tertakedown, Doom dan Ben. Smoke yang efektif. Morphingnya sendiri sudah Ethereal Blade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oke, ketemu saja. Stun, tapi ada time lapse dan langsung sukuci. Oke, di sini double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Diambil damage. Oh, diambil oleh Ember Spirit. Asapnya sih sudah Shadow Blade. Saya akan kasih move dari tim Bisnis Gaming. Di bawah Weaver masih mencoba untuk mengganggu jalannya creep. Oke, sebagai 5 hero dari Bisnis Gaming. Sedangkan tim Spirit berkumpul saja di daerah rumah. Oke, akankah terjadi smoke? Oke, smoke dari tim Spirit menuju ke mid. Masih mencari ke arah oke, hanya mengantisipasi vision dari tim Invictus Gaming. Menuju ke mid, mencoba cek Rosan.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oke, sepertinya sudah mengesepakati teleport. Mencoba cek berkala Rosan. Oke, ketahuan dari tim Invictus Gaming. Oke, di bawah Malekus.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Langsung matikan fortified-nya. Di mid masih berkumpul dengan membawa gem seorang Weaver.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oke, akan terjadi war di daerah atas. Akankah smoke-nya efektif? Masih menunggu, tapi langsung saja stun. Layan tersetun, langsung saja cookies aktif dan masuk. SF-nya terhalau. Cookies pun habis dengan berjalannya dengan meninggalnya seorang SF. Pergerakan yang mulai berhati-hati dari Invictus Gaming supaya tidak tercomeback seperti game yang pertama. Oke, menuju Rosan. Masih berkumpul di daerah Rosan. Shadow Flame masih 30 detik. Sehingga Invictus Gaming mengambil momen untuk mengambil Aegis. Oke, langsung masih smooth. Oke, di sini Aegis tersetun tapi memiliki linkan. Langsung saja hantam meninggalkan Rosan sendiri. JK stun. Oke, di belakang, di luar ada Mortinet Cookies ada. Oke, stun saja. Oke, Snapfire mulai mengintai di luar Rosan, berharap untuk bisa snatch Aegis. Despen pun bergabung. Sayangnya masih tidak ada ulti dari Layan dan Dul. Dulnya masih 55. Oke, diambil oleh SF. Pertarungan untuk ambil Rosan dimenangkan oleh tim Spirit.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
A golden thread.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Ya, sama-sama menggenggam karena banyak yang invisible. Oke, Merklin di sini mengintai. Oke, ketemu dong. Langsung ada stun menghampiri. Langsung kena Ethereal Blade dan kena wave bomb. Oke, di mid.
Money changes hands. Where did you go? At last.
Oke, invisibilitas dikeluarkan. LC menduel Ben yang sendirian. Oke, Debbie LC sudah langsung aja stun. Habis seorang Doom langsung meninggal begitu saja. Nah, PMR berusaha untuk membantu. Telat cover dari tim Invictus Gaming membuat satu tim pemainnya terculik. Di sini turun Tokyo. Ada 20 Necromastery. Sudah 20, 50.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oke, smoke lagi
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit. Oke, nggak semuk, mati. Nggak semuk, mati. Nggak balik, mati. Masih mengintai. Doomnya dari atas. Semuanya akan habis. Mulai berhati-hati dari tim Invictus Gaming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Oke saja langsung kita Ethereal Blade stun. Second masih ada Ibis. Oke, Lincoln sudah pecah. Masih dilakukan sendirian seorang SF di depan, meninggalkan teman-temannya, langsung diincer. Ember mengincar seorang Legion Commander. Masih ketinggalan seorang Snapfire.
Your entrails festoon my horns. Almighty money. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Masih ada. Jikanya tidak ada buyback, mencoba push daerah mid.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Oke, akan smoke dari tim Spirit. Tim Terus Gaming.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Oke, dua pemain dari Ember dan Morpling. Ini mungkin di sini mengambil posisi.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. The rune of invisibility.
Oke, masih menunggu. Apakah menunggu? Oh, sepertinya menunggu Rosan. Masih menunggu Rosan untuk respawn. Buyback. Masih tidak ada buyback. Oke, 4 hero dari tim Spirit mencoba untuk sepertinya mencoba untuk ke arah Rosan, kelas daerah Rosan kembali. Oke, cepat saja dari Bisnis game sudah mengarah sana. Yang dari tim Spirit masih juga Farah. Sepertinya untuk membeli baik.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tinggal yang Spirit dan Morpling, Aikis. Masih tidak semua mencoba untuk si Fash. Oke, di sini ketahuan Rivernya lari. Sukuji kembali mencoba menguasai area hutan dari tim Spirit. Oke, sendiri saja dunia lari tapi terkena ulti lagi. Baru saja ada di sini langsung berburu dari masing-masing. Mati sudah kayak itu mulai masuk kembali terkena ulti CK-nya. Oke, kembali pulang semua. Terjadi baik-baik dari Doom. Oh, tidak ketemu. Duh. Anjir, LC-nya selamat.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oke, udah mengejar di dalam bawah.
Structures are fortified.
Mantap dari kita. Oke, masuk dari SS-nya kubis mereka kita. Duh, oke, ternyata River punya. Tapi tidak bisa masuk. Bercoba masuk mengatasi SF, tapi tidak baik-baik. Itu legion tanpa baik-baik. Masih berlanjut untuk mengambil tower ketiga. Cookies. Oke, kembali saja. Kita ada time lapse. Masih berusaha mobil barat. Di belakang gue tapi tidak ada ulti dari layar. Masih 40 detik dan belum 80 detik. Smoke kembali. Oke, tapi dia kembali dari just connect.
Never refuse gold given.
Oke, 5 hero ada di mid dengan CK yang masih respawn. Oke, duel ke arah ada morphingnya mati. Tidak tertolong baik-baik dari morphing. Barusan diteleportasi ke arah bawah. Oke, baik-baik. Oke, tidak ada baik-baik dari morphing.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks is
Berhati-hati.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Oke, smoke.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Baik, oh tidak ada baik, cuma Lion dan B. Dominus 3 menit. Oke, di sini kembali saja sendiri. Iya, ambil resiko.
Our hooves thunder.
Oke, di sini masih belum ketemu smoke. Oke, diambil saja. Untuk gemnya di area support. Reverser on, wih. 18 detik lagi ke reverser out. Pertarungan sengit antara Team Spirit dan Invictus Gaming. Masih bertarung sengit. Oke, smoke terlihat begitu saja dan die dari lebih. Langsung saja mengincar Ember. Pilihannya di sini tidak ada baik. Oke, dia mengambil Rosan. Terlihat ada Rosan sudah respawn.
Command from the shadows.
Oke, udah jadi buat daerah Rosan. Masih belum ada baik-baik. Oke, sudah mengincar Ember Spiritnya. Masih menunggu di daerah masing-masing. Oke, pas terambil. Oke, Este.
The flames rush.
Oke, ketahuan sudah pecah semuanya. Berusaha menunggu di atas. Oke, semutnya mulai bergerak. Membuka vision dan mulai masuk. Tim fokus mulai dikeluarkan. Mulai menjaga jarak. Oke, masuk dari tim Spirit. Tim Spirit langsung mendekati kita dibuat daerah Rosan. Siapa yang menekan? Mopping Langsung saja kita serang CK supaya baik dari CK tertahan dan mengejar seorang Legion Commander. Gigi call dari tim Spirit. Tim menang. Oke, game kedua dimenangkan oleh tim Invictus Gaming. Skor sementara 1-1. Oke, kita lanjut ke game ketiga sambil menunggu adzan
Game,
maghrib.
and ultimately they do solve this puzzle that was starting to have a lot of pieces after 5 minutes. But
I
they do
looked to
manage it.
that fight top where Team Spirit tried to push with the Aegis, and IG masterfully kind of just split the fight into two. They ended up taking out Toronto Tokyo in their base essentially, and
yeah. That was a key moment for sure.
That was the big turnaround for me, because that felt like Team Spirit's biggest window for opportunity to actually take the victory themselves. But yeah, this was game number 2, Cinderin, and it's obviously going to go to game 3. That's how a best of 3 works. If you're just joining us, if you've never watched a tournament before, that is how it works indeed.
If they've watched the groups, they might think it was over.
That's true. Those were 2 games. All right, back
But
home you go. 1-1. Thanks. Very nicely done. So we'll be back with game 3 shortly, but first let's see what the panel has to say about this last game.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Cinderin. All right then, IG leveling things out. So where would you guys like to start? Do you want to start with the draft? Do you want to start with all the Roche fights? I'm giving you an option here. This is the most democratic it's going to get on this desk.
I like what happened in the game itself. I think,
In the game itself, brilliant.
Yeah,
So we're going completely wide.
Yeah, do I get to start, or do you want to ask a question about, is this like a multi-choice
Well, I just like the fact that you said we'll start with the game. That
I mean,
not
like,
very specific.
I mean,
All right.
We can talk about the draft in the context of what happened in the game. How about that? I think Team Spirit obviously had a great laning stage. They had really nice momentum in the mid game, but like as it got later, the duel seemed like that was their way to start fights, and it just became harder and harder for them to do that against IG. They had Lincoln Spheres, they had saves with Bane. Doom started to land some really nice Dooms. He got 2 Dooms. It just like made it a lot harder as the game continued.
I like that IG drafted for the game rather than the lanes. I think often we've seen teams prioritize the lanes too heavily, but they recognize this Ember is going to give them this big playmaker. Yeah, it has a rough lane mid against SF, but it's the right hero for how they win the game. Same with the Bane pick. It is a good laner, but it was the perfect hero against that Legion commander.
Do you agree, Trent?
Yeah.
The draft from Spirit was too focused on laning?
I mean, it was a little bit out there in a couple directions, right? I mean, the Chaos Knight coming out was a little bit of a surprise, but it almost felt like the more kills they got in the lane, the more I just got worried that it wasn't going to come home for them. I felt like, I don't know, it felt like they were getting like too eager, too excited. I kept seeing like this bloodthirsty, like kill, 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 and then like what's the grand picture? And filling out those final little blocks in their plan obviously became a problem.
Can we talk about this Chaos Knight pick? Because it seems like there's a little bit of snobbery out there towards dear old CK. And I really want you guys to talk me through why, because, you know, there are people watching TI who probably haven't played Chaos Knight and definitely haven't seen him being played in a pro match. So Gods, we'll start with you.
To me, the biggest issue with the hero is the fact it's an illusion hero. Your illusions can, when they're getting controlled or cleared by AoE damage, you're not doing damage. That's where you're, like as a CK in a team fight, you need to jump that hero with your Alad Rip, burst them down. And against a hero like Lion, that can get hard even though you're not instantly killing the illusions. You've got the AoE control. So it just felt like he couldn't carry the same way or do the same damage like a Sven could, for example.
Yeah, he's hard to initiate with because you have to ulti first, then you have to get in reality rift range. Usually you have to buy a blink for that. So it's like you have to plan ahead for the fight to start for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's a giant window for pro players. Like you do not, like they're going to see you coming doing this. I would criticize his item build personally. I think Midas is a bit of a trap on the hero. It gives you a lot of attack speed, doesn't give you much damage. And yeah, like you might have some net worth farming issues on the hero, but it's like the goal on CK where you're most effective is where you win the lane, which he's good at. He's good at winning the lane. Then you like use that big net worth advantage to like be oppressive on the map. And they didn't really do that too well. He got picked off a couple times. Then he started buying Aether Lens and Octarine. It's like it kind of helps the poke easier, but I almost wonder if he just bought like raw damage items, if he would have been stronger in the mid game, and that might have washed them over into late game better.
How did you feel about the combination with Toronto, Tokyo, Shadow Fiend, Trent?
Sort of similar, I guess, in terms of like maybe not the most popular hero we've seen, but also requires a lot of setup, I would guess, because like you can break up a fight as Shadow Fiend. That's great. You can get this like big fear off. Maybe you can chase down everything, but much like CK, you prefer for things to be a bit set up for you as you're coming into the engagement. And they only really had the duel, and we already know that IG had great ways to sort of like peel off or just like disengage from you. So this problem started occurring where like Team Spirit wanted to fight, and IG were just like, let's pull this back a little bit, and we'll fight on our own terms a little bit better.
Gods, do you like numbers?
Absolutely.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. You're prepared to be satisfied because we're going to take a look at the key stats from that match. And as you can see, with the Yatoro definitely not having the impact that we would expect from him. How did Morphling's Fly compare to Yatoro's take on Morphling? Gods.
I think overall it was kind of similar. I think he took less risk, just but that's also a team thing when it comes to IG. Whereas I think Yatoro was, going for that, playing from behind, felt like he had to go for that big game-winning play. I think IG were letting Emo be the one go in first, and I think for Fly, he had a much easier game because he had a lot of heroes to initiate for him. It's very hard to play Morphling when you have to start the fight going first or second, but this game, JT, Emo, both his two other core heroes can go in. Even Kaka, to a certain extent on the line's able to set things up for Fly to have an easy time.
And he got to go E-Blade as well, which made it easier to do these like poke fights where he could just blast somebody for a bunch of damage, and all of a sudden Team Spirit had to react. Like that's how Team Spirit lost their top racks advantage, because it was easy to kill Shadow Fiend the first time. So that item pivot was well identified by Fly.
Yeah, and then you have like JT able to do such a good job this game because he's playing the Doom. So you get tons of gold on this hero as an offlaner. He almost doubled up on Collapse by the end of that game. Just gives you more options, more choices, and also he just played like an absolute beast on those initiations.
Literally every single person in the studio watching that game was so into JT's Doom. What is it about Doom that makes him such a special pick and such a deadly one?
It's very satisfying. You have so much control in the game, really. One of the most controlling heroes is an offlaner in the simple sense that your team can identify, particularly in Pro Dota, right? Pubs are a little more chaotic, maybe. But Pro Dota, it's like, okay, we have a condition. We need to kill this guy. All right, how do we kill this guy? Well, he's got a Linkens. All right, well, someone deal with that. I will blink in. I will doom him. Fight's just one. Then, you just charge after them in the chase down.
Yeah. I would also add, I feel like this patch right now, timings are so important, and Doom, you hit this timing really early on with Blink BKB, and nobody has any answer to that. The enemy carry, you beat BKBs with physical damage, and you get it so early that those carries don't normally have the items to actually burst through a BKB. So BKB Blink Doom in the mid game is just like the king of any team fight.
Oh, talking of team fights, should we talk about Roshan? And Spirit's approach to Roshan, because the second Roche fight that we saw, it looked like it was IG's to win. And then the disrespect from Spirit, it seems like to be now the signature move of Spirit is exemplified by that second Roche fight. There is absolutely no respect being shown to the opponents of Team Spirit, is there?
Yeah, Team Spirit did a good job in that sense. Like, they were willing to go in Roche, and that's the reason they won the first game as well. They were willing to go do something, force a fight, basically. I think some of that is also partially IG's heroes. If their support duos like Line and Bane, they have to kind of sit back. They didn't have, like, big overwhelming team fight like you maybe expect a Ravage or, like, a Mars ulti. So it's, like, pretty easy for them to just put all their minus armor heroes in the pit and just, like, hit it really fast. And, like, if they grab the Aegis in that last fight, maybe it's a different outcome, but they didn't get it in that last fight. But it did work earlier, so it's good to see them taking those risks.
I think it was smart of IG to back off there. As much as it looked like they gave them a free Roche, they don't have any vision scouting heroes, and there was this Snapfire just sitting on the other side of the pit getting ready to kind of make that jump in a Roche. And if they get caught in the pit, that's how they lose the game. So while it was bad they gave Spirit for Roche, it was the safe play.
And then in the final Roche fight, it was Spirit getting caught in the pit when they tried to engage. Do you think the reason they engaged was because they didn't have any other choice, Trent?
Yeah, for sure. It's just, again, they're gambling, right? They've been gambling, they've been winning, for sure. Especially game one, even parts of game two. Finally, they lost, but it's like they knew they have to do that, right? It's your only chance to win the game.
So now it's level. How are we feeling about this third and final game? Do we think IG are now firmly feeling comfortable? They put the boys from Eastern Europe in their place, and now they're ready to dominate?
I would say yes, because this is like one of those series where you can look at multiple games and you're like, oh, IG played better in all three. Like with the exception of the laning stage in the previous match, IG consistently seemed like the better team. So I think they should feel confident going into game 3. Maybe Team Spirit just has to be slightly more careful with how they win their match, but I think they'll have a good shot.
Gods?
I'm in the IG camp, but I think Spirit have definitely impressed me. I came in thinking IG were going to have a 2-0, but even that game, we saw something different from Spirit. I thought they were going to be this team that stuck with, picking the same off lane as the Tide, the Mars, and picking the same mid lane as they've been doing, but they really went a different direction with that draft. So to me, there's at least some potential for an upset in game 3.
We need a strong talking to for Team Spirit, right? We got to get to Maposhka. I think Maposhka played very well both games. Unfortunately, had some issues dying a bit in the late game 2. But again, risk, he's going deep with the gem and stuff. But I feel like he's got to kind of bring them together, discuss like the plan, get everyone on the same page, and they can definitely do this. They've bounced back, right? They have experience doing that in the group stage, which is a huge thing to have at this point. But there's no doubt that IG are just straight up looking better.
The Weaver pick then that we saw in Maposhka. We're seeing Weaver being played everywhere, but currently at TI, at least in the group stage, it seemed like he was mostly being played position 1. So I'm curious, do you think that actually the intent was always playing position 5 in that match?
Definitely not. No, that's, as you said, that's the whole point, right? We want that flexibility to be there. So 5 is probably the least likely one that you're going to get, but when you can get that Aghanim Scepter, you saw the big save plays coming out there.
All right then, here we go. The teams are coming out. This is it. Whoever wins this remains in the upper bracket. The other team will be sent down to the lower bracket and will be fighting for their survival. But what are we going to see from these teams? Are we going to see Spirit being a little bit more careful, bringing back some of that control they have been said to have in the past? And at IG, just going to maybe even take a leaf out of Spirit's book and go flashy and firm and say, no, we're still the top seed in this tournament.
I expect IG to do the same thing. I think what I'd like to see Spirit pivot with is put Collapse on like a more traditional teamfight hero. Legion has this like initiator or defensive playstyle. You either save one of your allies that gets gone on, or you have to like blink duel a guy. And that is part of the reason that he got doubled up on net worth by JT, because Doom continues hitting creeps. If you're playing Legion Commander, it's not really the same. If you show anywhere hitting on a creep wave, then they know you're not about to duel you on the map. So I think a more traditional hero would allow him to play to his strengths a bit better.
I think they could also maybe consider some of these hard lockdown heroes. Yeah, they had the Jewel, but neither of their supports had like reliable hard lockdown, which is what Kaka, every single game you're going to see Kaka online. I think they either need to ban the line or take it for themselves, or take something similar with like an instant stun, because when they don't have that instant hard disable, Emo has such an easy game. He's playing an Ember Spirit, he died once the entire game, and it's because of the heroes that Spirit have.
Who are you banning if you're Team Spirit?
I mean, I say Lion. I actually completely agree. I feel like other teams went to that in their first phase, and I think Kaka's just way too comfortable, and it gives him so many options as fights start.
You know what? If you have just tuned in, we do want to remind you of something that happened in the first game of TI-10. And it involved Yatoro, a Morphling, and a Rampage. So to make things official, obviously, we need a little flashy graphic. So switching from Yatoro's pink hair to a reminder of who else has achieved this feat. I imagine you remember every single one of these Rampages, Gods. Not because you're old, just because you've done a lot of TIs, okay?
I want match IDs, Gods. Game time.
Honestly, no, sorry.
Okay, does anyone remember these?
Yes.
Also, just looking, we 3 of these players obviously are here at TI-10, right? We've obviously got Topson, memorably, versus Liquid. Arme is now, well, still playing for PSG LGG. It's the poster boy for that team. It will be playing tomorrow in the upper bracket. Do you think we're going to see even more Rampages purged?
I mean, the fact that this is the only 5 at TI is like mind-blowing to me. When somebody said that stat earlier, oh, that was the 5th Rampage ever on main stage TI, I could not believe it. But maybe some of it is that like teams are like ready to GG. They don't, I don't know, it's like maybe the games are like cleaner. There's like less messing around or something, but I'm surprised. Will we see another one? Yeah, probably. Maybe one more.
Yeah.
Another one from Topson maybe later on today?
Less likely than Sumail. I think Sumail's a better chance, like 2-to-1 chance that he gets it over Topson.
So he has more Aegises than Rampages at TI. That's
true.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, for Yatoro, he's in good company. 3 of those players are TI winners, so, you know, not saying he's going to win TI, but at least you're in a group of 5 players who are some of the best who's played at TI.
Who would you like to see Yatoro play in this Burden final game?
Terrorblade if it's there.
There's like a you want to see him on this hero kind of factor for Spirit.
And what about Collapse? Because it does seem like the synergy between their position 1 and position 3 is crucial. I mean, that's the same for all of Dota. It's a team game, isn't it? But given that we're probably not going to get to see him play Mars, who would you like to see him play, Perch?
Tide is easily his number 2. He played very well in the group stage on it. Teamfight ulti can farm aggressively. Maybe something a little bit out of left field. Your Timbersaw type of heroes, I could see him doing well in that. May not fit the draft or the meta, but something like that. Something that can be high action. He can push his limits. He's a very talented player. I think he can fight against the best, and so give him something like that.
Yeah, I think even though they lost game 2, I don't want them to abandon this idea of just like aggression. And I feel like Tide, obviously Tide is very good, and they had a massive success streak at the end of the group stage using the Tide Hunter. But I kind of want them to like hold on to this idea of just like the confidence they seem to have in this game and try and go for like that Night Stalker. I feel like that could really suit how well they're playing right now, kind of make up for some of the issues they're having in terms of like the vision game, and really give you like full playmaking opportunities throughout the entire match.
Why? Why does it suit the playstyle that you want to see them play?
Because, you know, you gotta throw off these better teams a little bit. You gotta be willing to push things when perhaps they're not expecting it. I think that's why they're finding some success, why this isn't just a 2-0 wash right now. And Tide Hunter, it's much easier to punish because you have this massive long cooldown to deal with. Night Stalker has its own issues because of like the day and the night cycle, but it is still a little bit easier to work with, I would say.
Do you agree, God?
Yeah, and I would add on to that, like the majority of the time I feel like when underdog teams cause upsets, it's because they play super aggressive. Very rarely do you see an underdog team win a series against, you know, a more experienced or a stronger team on paper by playing passive, by playing safe and trying to play late game Dota.
Yeah.
All right. Purge.
Yeah,
Just
that's
totally
exactly
agree.
true. Like, because if you play like passively, they're going to get in their comfort zones, going to do the things they're used to. If you put them on the back foot, you get aggressive. Even if some of your goes are kind of weak, I really agree with what you said about vision. You need vision to make some of those aggressive dives, because some of the times those plays you're doing that are aggressive all the time, you're not going to see the heroes sitting behind them. So some of the times they will be sitting with 4-man. They're going to turn on you when you do go on them. So having extra vision from a Night Stalker would be a great way to give them the ability to make better decisions.
And given that Spirit were able to dominate the laning phase in that last game but still lose the game itself, do you think that we're going to see them maybe have a slightly different focus in their draft that's shortly coming up?
Is IG's focus going to be different as a result of the last one?
I think Spirits.
Spirits? I just think the offlane is the thing they might want to swap. I love that they went for the Legion. It sort of almost worked. Maybe do it again if there's not a Bane in the game. But other than that, I'd like to see them pivot back to more typical initiating teamfight sort of hero on Collapse, so they can be aggressive and scale a little bit better.
Do you want to see Night Stalker?
Night Stalker, I think, has good potential, yeah. Generally, he plays more like stun-type heroes for Lockdown, but because Night Stalker requires a little bit more coordination. Like, he'll jump in and disrupt enemy teamfights, certainly, but he doesn't really, like, set up your team. It's more like lock out the supports from the fight while your team gets the rest of them, and that maybe isn't quite what he typically does in a game. But it could work.
Is it bad for me to say that I want to see Underlord, and I know we're not going to? But I'm holding out for some
not
point in the
necessarily
main
true.
stage.
Really? It's got some tools.
You're
Yes,
so
every
nice to
hero in
me.
Dota is broken in some way, even the ones that we haven't picked yet. All right.
That I'm always attracted to the broken ones. That's what it is, boys. You know what? We're just about ready to get into the draft. Who is going to take this series? Let's soon find out.
Team Spirit versus Invictus Gaming. Game 3.
Invictus Gaming's turn to ban.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Oke, kita kembali untuk yang game ketiga. Oke, dengan match pertama dimenangkan oleh tim Spirit comeback. Kemudian Di match yang kedua, tim Invictus Gaming berhasil membalikkan keadaan.
Dire must choose. Tiny. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
Oke, sekarang Invictus Gaming yang pick Mars.
Radiant must choose.
Dan Phoenix pick yang kedua.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds.
Jin Shadow Demon. Sudah ada Phoenix Mars.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Snapfire lagi.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. It is Dire's ban.
Tremor Blink terbanet. Bukankah
It is Radiant's ban.
Oh, Ember sih.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to ban.
King.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban.
Magnus terbanet.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Ember. Oh, ini.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
Oke, Ember. Akan ke Ember Spirit lagi atau
10
Troll?
seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick.
Bang.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut. Oke, combo.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban. Storm Spirit.
Spirit. Emosi Storm Spirit.
It is Dial's ban. Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban. Ten seconds remain.
Oke, Void terbanned.
5 seconds.
Void.
It is Dial's ban.
Kita lihat hero-nya Fly. Fly, maybe.
Ten seconds.
Phantom Lancer. Bukan ke Phantom Lancer.
5 seconds remain.
Maybe Phantom Lancer.
Radiant's turn to pick. 10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
Huck!
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Oke, pick terakhir. Phantom Lancer. Victory.
Make the ultimate choice.
Match panjang. Oke, ini hero dari kedua tim, dari tim Spirit dan tim Invictus Gaming. Ada JT, Dimars, Kakak Punix, Audi, Ben, Emo, Storm Spirit dan Fly Spectre. Turun ke Tokyo Park. Iya, Terus Juggernaut. Ini Maiden, Mira, Sapphire, Collapse, Tiny.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
Oke, semangat ayo Invictus Gaming.
Nah, what's all?
Ya, kita prediksi untuk player get long skill track. Kita pilih Fly, tim with the first first kill. Ini tadi tim Spirit, player with the most skill. 10 menit. Ini ada, nggak mungkin ini kita pick terus Tokyo tower kill before 25 menit. 0 sampai 5. Lihat skill. Jatuh, kita jatuh ya.
What's this? A fascinating substance.
Oke, perebutan review.
Look out for fallen rocks. Remember, the international spirit lives in us all.
Oke, di sini tidak mengganggu sih.
Denied!
I saw that.
Nah, what's all? Nah, what's all?
Juggernaut, let them feel the cool of your blade.
Oke, gebruk-gebruk saja tininya. Oke, masih di spam dari Bisnisnya. Tapi gemnya masih ada banyak mana. Oke, gitu sih bentuknya. Masih diganggu lagi ini. Yuk gebuk-gebuk saja snapfire-nya.
I tip my speed.
Oke. Masih berusaha ngambil untuk rim bounty.
Prize.
Dia mulai mengganggu.
Nah,
masih dispamir oleh snapfire. Kukis saja lempar dan mati. Oke, masih diganggu saja Spectre.
Rolling Stone.
Oke, sembuh saja ini. Masih mencoba untuk mengganggu di daerah bawah. Kontrolnya, lasitnya, spirit. Oke, kita lempar lagi loncat cookies. Tapi di sini mereka dikejar.
Radiant should look to their top tower.
Oke, ulti dari Pak. Masih tersilent tapi mencoba untuk kabur. Masih terselamatkan dari Phoenix dan Pak kembali goyang dan hit. Oke, di atas fly. Oke, di diesel.
Oh, thanks a lot. Radiant should look to their middle tower.
This'll come in handy.
Behold!
Oke, terus lagi cookies datang untuk masih terselamatkan lempar saja kritnya ke arah Ben.
Look out for fallen stupendous. The Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's whereabouts should look to their middle tower.
Oke, di sini Marsnya masih level 5. Oh, lebih cepat Marsnya. Tingginya level 5. Sudah mau level 6 Spectre. Dan Snapfire mulai roaming ke arah mid. Oke, di sini datang. Langsung jadi tarik. Akan jadi cookies 2 mati begitu saja. Masih ada 2 hero. Oh, bandnya. Oke, melakukan dari Ben.
Double kill.
Short-lived creatures.
I saw that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Cookies langsung ke arah Phoenix.
Dominating.
4 kali. Oke, di sini mengejar Pak, membantu Pak, tapi masih selamat Pak. Oh, tidak selamat. Langsung saja Spirit mengejar CM. Masih ada hidden cell. Mencoba untuk mengambil. Oke, Spectre masih menghadapi CM mengejar. CM kabur saja. Spectre kehilangan. Spectre versi teleport lagi.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oke, langsung saja arena datang langsung membantu dari Tiny. Oke, di bawah Spectre yang masih harus untuk farming mendapatkan Aghanim Scepter.
A prize!
Oke, di sini juga Hero mulai bersiap-siap, tapi Mars masih cooldown dan tidak punya mana. Oke, hati-hati Mars. Oke, ulti dari Pak. Langsung saja mau timber cookies. Berusaha disam tapi dilempar gitu saja.
You took that jape too far.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Oke, Mas kembali. Sudah ada ulti. Tapi 3 tim dari tim Spirit kembali. Tidak ingin ambil resiko. Oke, di sini band dan sudah sembuh hero untuk enggak teleportasi ke atas sepertinya. Oke, saja dari tanpa bantuan telat sepertinya datang tapi tidak semua timer cookies. Oke, di sini paknya masih ngejar, masih ada ulti, jagernya langsung ulti dong. Tidak bisa, masih putar-putar. Oke, masih ada ulti.
Dire's top tower is under attack. What a bounty!
Invisibility.
Paknya sudah sepatu teleportation.
Rolling out. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tower atas sudah dihabisi. 3 hero dari tim Bisnis mencoba untuk
Dire's
tower bawah.
on the hunt for
Scan
radiant forces.
dilakukan
Look to their
dari
bottom tower.
lempar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dari tim main lempar ke semua 3 hero dari tim Spirit.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Oke,
There
masih
is
coba
little hope for
mencari
Dire's middle tower.
hero
Radiant's
dari
bottom
tim
tower
Bisnis
is under
Gaming.
attack.
Ini kan semua. Oke,
Radiant's
sebenarnya
bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
Oke, masuk Mas. Apa masih diinter? Oke, masuk jamarnya menggunakan arena. Nah, saja membantai dong. Kejar. Spectre mengejar terus. Lain mencoba teleportation. Berusaha untuk mengkill tapi tidak berhasil.
Rock on! Stupendous!
A prize.
Yuk, pelan-pelan Invictus Gaming, yang penting bisa menang. Ya, sekali lagi tim Spirit mencoba untuk mengambil tower yang ada di mid. Tapi untuk ulti masih tidak ada yang aktif. Oke, masnya sudah ada ulti. Tinggal 20 detik. Bandnya 25 detik. Oke, sudah berakhir sih. Oke, langsung saja lempar. Masih terheal, mencoba langsung saja mengaktifkan arena dan ditinggal pulang. Dia mencoba untuk farming di area bawah. Pak teleportasi ke area bawah.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Jabernya masih bisa farming. Di sini Storm sudah punya orchid.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Di sini ditunggu oleh Snapfire. Spectre sudah aktif. Oke, mengincar pin yang kesekian kali. Oke, masuk pinnya, tidak kena pin. Langsung saja mengejar Crystal Maiden sendirian. Pilihnya terkena ulti dari Ben, tertahan arena. Mengejar tower mid.
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. Radiant should look to their middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is no more. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire are scanning for enemies. Rock on! Dire's top tower is under attack.
Regeneration!
Oke, langsung saja bantai pakaknya. Pakakci. Itu bisa terculik oleh Storm Spirit. Mulai satu persatu hero dari tim Spirit mulai terculik.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oke, di sini menunggu Ben untuk menggantinya.
It's an honorable death by my hand.
Kamu gak mundur jajar.
Nah, what's up?
Oh, Rosan pertama oleh Invictus Gaming ternyata. Salah. Yang penting menang. Fire-nya. Oke, untuk yang kesekian kalinya Storm Spirit sudah melibatkan double damage.
Each blow sharpens our blade.
Smoke.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Creatures of fear.
Oke, smoke saja dari tim Invictus Gaming mulai berburu. Oke, di sini saya datang dengan pak. Langsung saja masuk Spectre mereka dari CM. Storm sendirinya terkena mematikan Aegis. Marsnya di pantai, tapi belnya masih berani mau dikejar karena Storm mantap cover dan
Whining now.
oke, pak ketemu lagi. Spirit langsung.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Rolling out.
Stupendous.
Rock on. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oke, Spectre kita berburu sedikit pemain dan tapi dia kembali. Oke, CM sudah mengaktifkan ulti.
I've been wanting this.
Oke, masih dan terjadi supaya beberapa kali dari
Invisibility.
tim Spirit terculik-culik.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oke, kira sekarang seorang tim
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Let the fun begin! Radiant's top tower
Oke,
is under
sekalinya
attack.
Sapphire.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top
Tapi jangan
tower
sampai
is
dalam
under
tangan
attack.
baik.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Top tower is no more.
Oke, terkenal lagi. Lah saja strongnya basket udah hero langsung.
Told you a storm was coming. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tuh level. Oke, terculik lagi Sapphire.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look out for
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Greetings!
Rolling stone.
I'm out! Behold!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Invisibility. Are scanning for enemies. Slain by the Dire. Immortality is mine. Zip zap. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Haste! Huzzah! Touche! Holy shit! Ownage! Your maidenly charms were wasted on me. Bounty. Holy shit!
Ownage! Zap!
Holy shit! Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Huzzah!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oke, tertulis lagi. Mantap.
Dire's top tower
Lagi
is under
dong.
attack.
Tip untuk Yatoro. Oke, skor sudah 12-32. Oke, terkena Mars untuk yang kesekian kali. Ulti dari Pak berusaha untuk kabur. Oke, berhasil kabur, tapi diganti Terima, tapi datang dan Spectre. Kemudian Yato mengincar orang Phoenix, tapi tidak bisa kabur. Mulai mencari Spectre. Jagger berlari dikejar terus oleh Phoenix. 3 hero masih mengejar sama, tidak ada mana. Sama Spirit masih mengejar. Iya, termakan langsung play. Jijik gak? Harusnya jijik sih. Oke, skor sudah 12-32. Oke, terkena Mars untuk yang kesekian kali. Ulti dari Pak berusaha untuk kabur. Oke, berhasil kabur, tapi diganti Terima, tapi datang dan Spectre. Kemudian Yato mengincar orang Phoenix.
Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
Invisibility!
Terus maju, masih bertahan. Aegisnya sudah
Stupendous!
Radiant's middle tower is
oke.
under attack.
Pas ya 5 Aegis. Saya benar salah skill. Nggak bisa ini dari smoke 4 hero 4 hero coba smoke. Oke kan, tertangkap orang. Marsnya salah, tapi tidak membiarkan Pak untuk kabur begitu saja. Di sini Yato mulai mencari. Ya, oke, datang terus. Oke, BKB cari seorang Yato, terus ngejar seorang Yato digerbek sama dengan Snapfire CM juga diper.
Double kill. Dire structures are fortified.
Anjir, 16 1 dong stoknya. Flash lainnya 15 kosong. Oke, fly. Ambil fly. Fly sudah 16.
Holy shit! Double kill! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier makes the ultimate sacrifice.
Oke, langsung saja. Dia terkena, matnya pun sekali mati. Masuk saja seorang fly. Di fly. Ke gigi. No baik. Oke, langsung saja mengambil tower dari bawah. Ya, cepat begitu saja. Oke, tower 2 sudah bisa lanjut ke barat. Tapi tidak berhenti. Fly. Langsung serang kencang. Oke. Saya itu kalau sih kalau ini. Iya.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Invisibility. Let the fun begin.
Oke, langsung saja dengan mas. Oke, masih dapat kejar. Mana spekternya di belakang? Oh, bantai. Ini mulai mengincar untuk seorang Phoenix.
A Widowmaker rises.
Oke, masih dikejar-kejar oleh Tini masih dari Hex. Kepuk.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Here I am. Stupendous.
Ngeri.
Wages of fear.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Cuy. 13. Oke, langsung saja mengincar. Mati sekali lagi. Bantai. Kalau Gigi kan masih bertahan. Tim Spirit masih belum ada call Gigi. Akhirnya call Gigi dari tim Spirit dengan ini kemana-mana ada dari tim Invictus Gaming. Gigi Titus Gaming berhasil mengamankan posisi upper bracket. Dapat ekar gede sih yang harusnya. Kan fly emo. Oke, next kita Oji melawan tim Secret. Kita tonton dulu. Oke, ini untuk bracket. Oh. Apa Jal?
You know what? I think it's going to be okay. This is a fly stat for Spectre. So Spectre has broken the record for the fastest Aghanim Scepter bought at a TI game. The record of for Spectre. The record was previously 1613. It's now 1550. And again, a number that kind of just sums up how successful IG were in that game, and especially getting back into it after Spirit seemed to take some early advantages.
It does. It's also Like the casters point out, they're like, I feel like we said this already. It's because anytime a hero shows, they just jump on him. So he goes disable items, and when you're ahead, it's like the best thing to have. When you're winning by a lot, you want to just be able to catch people relentlessly, and they did that.
And the beauty with the Storm is that the two strongest heroes in the game can back each other up. So if the Storm sees someone they can jump, Spectre can jump from the other side of the map, and vice versa. So I think the fact they had these two heroes that had almost this global presence was really powerful.
So if you're Spirit right now, facing the lower bracket and potentially an early exit here at the main event of TI, Trent, what is the thing that you're learning from and focusing on after this match?
Probably seeing how their draft got a little bit dismantled. I don't think they wanted to go that deep in terms of the carry pool. I know he's been playing a lot of different heroes for both of those teams, for both IG and Team Spirit, but I mean, Juggernaut and Chaos Knight are probably not where I want to wind up in the upper bracket TI right now. Obviously, if you win, you look like geniuses, right? So it's really easy for us to be like, oh, well, you know, those heroes haven't performed that well, and now you're losing games. But it speaks to me like they're trying to fix their draft at a very late point.
I also think they need to pick Collapses here in the first phase. Like, I think he's so key for their game. Tide Mars being the big two, but, you know, even the Night Stalker, because it's going to get banned. And if you end up in this situation where his three best heroes are banned out and he's on a tiny, Team Spirit just don't look as strong.
I think the other issue as well is that, like, on the other side, JT just buys a really fast hood, and his entire enemy lineup is all, like, magic damage.
So good.
So it was like, he just stands in the front, and every time they went on him, they used, like, Dream Coil and Snapfire ulti and everything, and he almost lived. So it just created this, like, giant buffer. Jug isn't very easy to get into those fights either, so maybe a carry that could get in easier, or just go on the backline somehow. It's hard. It's hard against good teams. They won't give you that opportunity. They'll just keep JT in the front.
Well, we've given Sir Action Slacks an opportunity now to talk to a winner because he is on the sidelines with the wonderful JT.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Yes, it is indeed an honor to be sitting next to you, JT. Yeah. It has been a minute, my friend. We haven't seen each other since, like, Summit 11. You were this new kid on the block on IG. Yeah. Here we are at the International. Yeah. How you feeling, bud?
Quite nervous, though. This is my first time TI, so...
Yeah.
I'm just gonna enjoy the tournament. Just gonna enjoy.
Well, it seems you've been enjoying it so far. I mean, you guys dominated the group stage. You didn't lose a single series. You tied. You won. Yeah. I'm imagining you went into that game pretty confident.
Group stage is still different from the elimination group, right? I mean, it's still different, right? You feel quite pressure when you're like, when you lose one game, you're gonna like. It's so important, like every game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But let's talk about that pressure. You know, you go in, game one, you guys are winning, trying to go high ground. You get hit. Morph gets a DD, slams through, steals the Ancient. Most teams, that would have broke them, but you guys kept your composure. How did you do it?
I think we still did not manage the game well. I think we still do a lot of mistake, and then that's why I think we still gotta improve more, you know. We did not perform our best.
Yeah, well, you sure performed your best after in Game 2 and Game 3. So, you know, you guys, it seemed like a little bit of, if you can do it, we can do it better. Game 1, they beat you with Morph, you snagged the Morph. Game 3, you guys, the Team Spirit loves the Mars Phoenix. You guys kind of steal the Mars Phoenix. Was that on purpose, by the way?
Not really. Mars and Phoenix is like our comfort pick also, so we're just gonna pick them against them.
All right. Yeah. Is there a better Mars at this event than you?
Yeah.
Who?
The Team Spirit guy quite good. Like, to be honest. Yeah.
So it was a bit of a deny, but I get you. All right. So very, very interesting route to get here, especially for you, my friend. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling recovered? You feeling 100%?
Not 100%, but like. Almost fully recovered though, so I'm feel okay now.
All right, good. So
thanks for caring.
What was that like, having to play the most important games of your match at the most important tournament of your match in the group stage and being sick?
I mean, you cannot do anything about it, right? You just have to take medicine and then try to recover as fast as you can, and then yeah, I mean, Wolf did a good thing to for all for those who get the COVID, right? They let us attend the event. I mean, attend the tournament. So yeah, I mean, we really appreciate about it.
Well, we're honestly happy to have you. We couldn't have asked for a better first series. And I'll ask you one more quickie, very short. Yeah. Next series, OG Secret. Who do you want to face coming up? You got to take the winner, buddy.
Maybe I prefer Secret.
Ooh.
I mean, both of them are good team, but maybe we play against Secret. Me got like more comfortable like against them. Yeah.
Well,
Good, yeah.
not a lot of people want to play against OG in general with the chat line spam.
Yeah,
so-
OG TI 2 times champion, so
Yeah.
too scary.
All right. Well, thank you so much, JT. A really fantastic series. Couldn't ask for a better one to open up this main event, and we'll shoot it back over to you, Frankie.
I don't think we could have asked for a better interviewee either. I absolutely love JT. First TI, absolutely straight out the gate with the confidence in the interview. And yeah, that Team Spirit Mars guy, he is quite good. I would absolutely agree, but there you go, JT, you're quite good as well. Should we take a look at the brackets and see where we're at after the opening series? Not much has changed, but Invictus Gaming, they are still in the upper bracket as expected. They've made top 6 at TI, and then Team Spirit, they're going to be facing the loser of Undying and Fnatic. So we'll speed over to the lower bracket so you can see that close up. Who do you think is going to be their next competition? Is it going to be NA or is it going to be SEA? God, I can see you straining with thought.
Struggling. That is one of the more hard.
These are his 2 fanboy regions. He doesn't know where to go. You see, you've caught him in
I'm
something
gonna upset
here.
one of the fan base.
You already upset Undying earlier by pledging allegiance to Quincy Crew, let's face it.
I'm going with Fnatic on that one. That's the why I have my bracket. So I think either way, Spirit got to feel at least pretty happy with their matchup. They don't get like the EG elephant, like whichever team wins that's best of one. That's a tough opponent. So Spirit do find themselves with at least a very winnable BO3 down there.
Do you agree? Do you think we're
Yeah.
going to see Spirit moving on?
Well, I mean, I think Fnatic is slightly more likely to win that best of one, but Undying has really impressed basically everybody. The other underdog story that did well, so I can go either way. I think Spirit is better than both of those teams, though, so I think Spirit still has a good chance to go a little deeper. TI.
And finally, Trent, your final thoughts.
100%. I think what we saw there, and you saw what IG said, they pushed us to our comfort pick, right? There's only one other team they picked Mars Phoenix versus. That was EG in the group stage. Something that we know they love from the Mage and everything. They brought that out versus Team Spirit. That shows a lot of respect. So I would be very worried to face them in the lower bracket.
Well, we've got to show some respect now to the next team, because after this short video, we are going to have Sumi, Aoi, Lizard, and Jenkins coming up. But before then, we've got something quite cozy for you. It's the community talking about why they Dota.
I play Dota because I enjoy the competition.
I play Dota 2 because its complexity intrigues me.
I play Dota to see my perfect team every day.
当然，最后也因为 Dota 2认识了超多新的朋友，收获了宝贵的友情。
Я люблю Доту за страсть, за комьюнити и за ощущение, что я в своей тарелке.
I play Dota because I want to make my family proud.
这款游戏的魅力就在于，即使你变成了云玩家，也在关心着这个游戏。
我玩 Dota 2的话，是因为，毕业之后也可以跟朋友们在一起有事可做吧，才有活的。上来老头，别怂呀！
我打 Dota 是因为爱玩。
Why do I play Dota? I don't know. Why am I here?
Я играю в Dota 2, потому что это легкий способ завести новых друзей. Или потерять старых.
I play Dota because otherwise I would need to get a real job.
我玩 Dota 是因为这是款很好的游戏，你越玩它会越为它着迷。为什么喜欢 Dota 2呢？因为在 Dota 游戏里认识了许多志同道合、能一起快乐玩耍的小伙伴。
I play Dota because you can always get better.
Я играю в Доту, потому что это помогает мне эмоционально разгрузиться.
I like Dota because it's a reflection of the bad and good in life.
I play Dota to get time off from my wife.
Why I Dota? That is a really great message, because there's a lot of things that bring people to Dota 2. How about we talk a little bit about you guys? AUI, what brings you to Dota 2?
I've played Dota
Yes,
for so
Aoi.
long I can't remember.
All right, Jenkins, how about you?
And I can tell you. Dota has the lowest lows of any game, but also the highest highs. Dota is euphoric It can be depressing, but it is the best game in terms of emotion. I've never had a better, more emotional experience than like a throne race in a 70-minute game. That is unbeatable, 100%.
What about you, Lizard?
It's most certainly competition.
Competition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love to lose a lot, so I chose Dota, lost a lot. Here I am on the panel now. It's a perfect game.
Well, I would say then that's a good path, because now you're here with us. For those of you at home who would like to tell us why you Dota, remember that you can find us on social media. Use the hashtag TI10. Find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for all of your TI10 needs. Gentlemen, it is now time to talk about the second series. It's Secret versus OG. Widely considered one of the the highest anticipated matches of the early main event. Tell me a little bit about what do you think about this matchup so far, Lizard?